Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney. So we are picking up where we left off yesterday. We are on case 2 of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We're about halfway through the case. As just a little bit of a recap, the case takes place actually as a flashback. It takes place between case 4 and case 5 of the first game. So in other words, it happens immediately after the adventure of the clouded Kokoro. So in this episode, Soseki has found himself being accused of another crime. This time it is poisoning his flatmate. And his flatmate is still alive. He survived the ordeal. And during the trial we found out that his flatmate, William Shamspear, seems to be guilty of stealing gas from the gas company as well. So he's maybe not the most honest person. But we had to adjourn the trial for a day just because they needed to do some extra tests for the poison on the traces of the tea that we found. So let's get back into it and see what's going on. Ooh, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. We were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. But I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same thing if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. She always knows just what to say. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful your phrasing there, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. There's more to this Mr. Shamspear that you get to know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward, where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one's that? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. Oh, we know the place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Oh yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So we know that Soseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been all over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so I can accompany you to the Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial, that you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. Got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruhodo-san. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. He changed the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. Thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean, this. His katana. I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is a soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you need much compelling. So again, karma, or karuma, is a reference to the name Karma from the original Ace Attorney trilogy, Manfred von Karma and Franziska von Karma. And in turn, it refers to Edgeworth being Phoenix Wright's best friend. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Let's go to the hospital first. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. But not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot? You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you die from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my sham spear dance. Oh gosh. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? She looks terrified of his dance. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I am returning onto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark you clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exit! Mr. Shamsphere might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean. Don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife, and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again, yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Eee! A mouse! Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of the facility, if that's what you're thinking. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them like that? If you're a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you're half asleep. that is a worry. At least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I have no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you're half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. We already examined those last time, so it seems like they haven't changed. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe to leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you're peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you're hungry. I worried that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. So it turns out that Mr. Shamsphere wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. If you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsphere must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yes, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, that's all the same from last time. Mr. Garadeb appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Guess there's nothing here either. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello? I am a cat. That's in reference to one of his famous books called, translated to English, it's called I Am a Cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or airlock shomes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to. I think he already has, completely. So, what is your name, then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world. Oh, what's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes. Yes, we must. So his famous book, Wagahai wa Neku Dearu, or I Am a Cat, is like a satirical novel about a cat in Meiji period Japan, and it's kind of like observing all the people around him and making some observations. It's pretty well known. I also read, I'm not sure if this is true, but I read that Soseki Natsume's likeness was actually featured on some of Japan's yen dollar bills at one point. I don't know which denomination of value, but apparently his face is actually well known amongst someone who would live in Japan. So I think that when they created his character here, they did base his likeness on that so people would recognize him right away. But I'm not sure how true that is. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's solemn, sworn, Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shanspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shanspeare! Whatever have I done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? And of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed, it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Might I ask locum student Mr. Narhor Esquire that next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? Are you not gonna ask him more about what he said? Oh, let's see if Sholmes is in. Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Oh, really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Ah! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? You've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed! That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows! Victory in science! Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Baroque Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriety he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really. And so his reign continued, and but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people.
Huh?
So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh my.
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. What a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't want to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also.
Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method would be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science. I suppose I should find out more about that. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese, as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Baroque Van Ziek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No!
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe.
So your tea test, is that an example of forensic science?
Indeed it is! An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality.
Not a huge number of cases then.
Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here.
I haven't even heard of them until recently.
Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in the field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints.
Skin prints?
A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, You will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You just said so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes. I do recall saying something along those lines. Would you go on ahead? I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Well, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. So let's see if maybe he'll come with us here. Ah, that was pretty quick, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? What are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self? Asked me to attend the scene. Oh, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. It's now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? Hey, welcome to the stream. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Verloc Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. Spray, how do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally, whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. This is kind of like the forensics that they used in Ace Attorney 1 Case 5 when they first introduced the game to the DS. You tapped on your screen to put the talcum powder down, and then you blew on it to uncover fingerprints. So... well, that covered a large area. I sprayed here and it got over here. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed. So much that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Ah, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Oh, look at all this here. Ah yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Mrs. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... the secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mrs. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside! Right this moment! It's my job to investigate here! No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there over and over in one place like that. There you are, a print for you. Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I. You're gonna make me actually manually ask him? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. No, we're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Alright then, fair is fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all? I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he's committed a capital offense. A man by the name of Selden. Naturally piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. I believe Selden is also a name that comes from the Sherlock Holmes Adventures novels. I don't really remember which one it's from though. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? And jewelry and the like. But he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. Now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell. Or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Salden back of the yard and see if I can turn anything up. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrideb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You could take the print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Huh. Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden on the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrideb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. Probably made a proud present of it. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it. If we find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Oh look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. So again, the name Wagahai is a Japanese pronoun, but it also comes from the name of Natsume's book, I Am a Cat. Wagahai wa neku de aru. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai. Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner too. Aw, look at him, little pawing at us. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Mr. Garrideb back? Nope. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garridub's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of capital offense. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxiation, or asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found out after I'd signed the lease. And Mr. Garridub came to tell me later. I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal! Lucky for Mr. Garridub, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me to try to suffocate me. And just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation. It's what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamsphere last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the curse of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garridub's rooms? Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... it's been too long since I've offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Okay, let's show that to Miss Green. Oh, it had a check mark, so does that mean it's the same? So are you feeling more like yourself, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife, and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay, so that was the same conversation as before. Maybe I gotta re-examine this again. Look, there's a photograph in the frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. It looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for the matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Okay, so that's the exact same dialogue. But maybe now that I've talked to Natsume, there'll be more things I could do elsewhere. There we go. You're here now, Mr. Gyakuten. Right bally business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the place is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what had happened. I stopped off at the prison on the way home. In fact, beastly business. I see. Did he just pick up that cup by the handle and then the saucer stuck to the cup when he put it away? So what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Some fishy fellow from the Far East, and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. And thanks to that bally curse. Convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Oh yes, well, so was that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, this sounds like the lap of luxury. Huh, I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Some fishy fellow from the Far East, and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Gyakuten. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then.
Then to what I owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Gyakuten, if I ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens. Selden, the convict you mean? Do Selden and Shanspeare have some kind of connection then? That convict chap, Selden. Passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see, some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember quite distinctly. 'Tis small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shanspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot. That won't be possible. I have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's the ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
I'm glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shanspeare dance to celebrate!
From what I heard in court today, it sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Gyakuten. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Mr. Gyakuten, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
Ah, no, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. And just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances.
Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him?
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago, and after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes?
Yes, well anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we were all bally collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out when the poor chap was sleeping in bed.
So Mr. Dunk suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
But even after you had all the work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night when he's sleeping in bed.
Well, that's the bally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now.
Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, that night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter, A letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes. Where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. You'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly, he didn't address it though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. That's gonna play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there's a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green.
Ah!
Oh, Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. It's just a chance that her name's come up now. Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Ah ha ha! Wait, did they give it to me? Do I have it? No, okay. Well, maybe they'll let me present the photo to Olive now.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
Well, this is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves.
Ah!
What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I could be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink, from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Oh no!
Well, if you take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it?
Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, Ryunosuke. Kids at home do not do that. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, you shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private affairs.
Right. I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
Maybe you, Mrs. Sato, shouldn't be peeking to a young woman's mind either, Yeah, sometimes the characters, because Ryunosuke sometimes talks with the blue text in the brackets, which I assume means his internal dialogue. But then people like Susato and Mr. Sholmes seem to like to be able to somehow read his mind and respond to it. Wait, actually, let's talk to her first and then we'll present her the photo. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Gyakuten.
Yes. He told me he found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad.
I'm starting to think that's just her look. Now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our... Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. But, Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were there. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Usato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart.
What do you mean?
There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
That mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Ah!
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will tend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? to take your own life.
Ah!
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison.
No! Screen, please! Please talk to us.
So, having the poison in a blue bottle is also a reference to a Sherlock Holmes novel. In one of his novels, there is a poison specifically in a blue bottle, so that's a reference there. I can't remember if the name Duncan Ross is also a reference to a Sherlock Holmes mystery as well. I'll go look it up during the break later. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here.
Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. "10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we'd not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?"
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine you in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
Oh please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no. Oh, it's my fault. What have I done?
And I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card.
It arrived by post at my home, the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance.
Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time where the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Gyarev's house is on.
Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad.
Goodness! So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will ask you to leave, or I really will ask you to excuse me now. I told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has a bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back, had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Gerardev's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see to the heart of it, you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it, or not? Well, I fear that either way, it'll be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baroque Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at the crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. Alright, so we're done with the investigation, and it's back into the trial where all the action happens. So, let's find out more about what happened exactly that day, and a little bit about the past of Mr. Gerardev's lodging. But first, we'll take a 5-minute break, so I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks so much for coming to the stream again, I really appreciate it, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hey, welcome back. Thank you to those of you coming in. Hope you enjoy the stream. And welcome to those of you that are new. So, before we head back into the trial, just a quick little note. I just quickly looked some stuff up because I forgot. So, the blue bottle that we found was a reference to the Adventure of the Veiled Lodger, which there are previous references to that one in the first Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. The name Selden is a character from The Hound of the Baskervilles, and the name Duncan Ross is a name from a character from the Red-Headed League. So Selden and Duncan Ross are two of the names, among others, that they didn't change when they localized the game because they come directly from Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so we finished the second day of investigation. We have some new evidence. We found out some new information about Garadeb's lodgings and Miss Green, as well as a few things about Berg van Zieks. So let's get back into the trial, and let's see if we can uncover the rest of this mystery here. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato.
Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined!
Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, fighting your inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Nor such like. And that's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example!
Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
Oh! I've actually reached an important decision myself.
Huh? What sort of decision?
And I shall fill you in after the trial.
Alright. It would seem Mr. Shobes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. But he's overslept again.
The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant, and your legal representative. The trial's about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. When the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my clients and keep fighting to the end. That's all.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you can adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
Now, Lord Van Zieks, what can you tell us?
The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So, he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen, reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains are at the yard analyzed it. Yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
Ah, no poison at all.
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
As I suspected.
This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned Nipponese friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in today's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we perhaps had first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes?
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel giveth.
That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should open up sooner.
Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once. Let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess.
Thou wouldst not pardon any sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserveth. Would it that still a greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman, of farther east than Verona, did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own tea or his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison not be found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir! Thou must learn the English tongue before thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavored brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that, or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act, and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty Do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice.
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspear, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatness of pleasure, my liege.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsui drank from was found completely empty at the scene. So let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly, 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found at the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about the statement's troubling me. Yes, of course. I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise, drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
Shamspear must be really strong in order to bend that rod. I don't know. Either he's secretly strong or that rod is made of like really cheap material and thus not actually metal or whatnot. It's hard to tell with this guy, isn't it?
Hold it!
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat, or to die, 'tis life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And please be sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Straight to the shoddy shirt starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shamspear dance.
What a harsh world we live in.
And the thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here?
Mr. Shamspear, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
Hold it!
If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind?
The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who is the stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shamspearian wisdom? Husband, wife and tea, ought a tepid be.
Ah yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. It must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. I think it's the cups, I'm just not sure if it's sufficient evidence for the point made. Okay, it must be the cups then. So, he never did drop of his own tea past his lips. That's wrong.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. That's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this, ye dark-clad fellow? 2 teacups from the scene. One used by the victim, and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night, and drank his tea in no time. Ugh. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Yet, to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cups, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. Hey, welcome to the stream. So we finished the investigation for today, and we just finished the first cross-examination. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
You've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, the spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched the court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No. What does this mean then?
I do declare, it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about the thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips, but the black tea giveth me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth that's would be called soup, and a leaf that's would call be salad.
And as insalubrious a menu as the establishment where was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing and this be another. Jurors and all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord!
If I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me? I do declare, you may be right. We all know the waif that was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
Well, this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading up this garden path, that's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
What we've just heard from the victim there has opened up our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
Trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime with which he is charged.
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes, and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves for me is a little sketchy at times.
Yeah, nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? Gosh, half of those weren't even explanations. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamsphere was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsphere was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here.
Ah, yes, madam.
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price of our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea, and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable.
No, Mr. Natsume is the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on to more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time.
You take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, Mr. Lawyer Man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Ugh! You're right. I didn't consider that at all.
Young Lawyer Man. Yes. You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Can you please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you haven't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. They have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas, and we deliver to our customers, fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But they don't have gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal the gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing.
They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft.
When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Look at his face, he's like...
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that? Juror number 3. Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry, I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard then. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see?
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away our company's secrets there.
Oh please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you.
What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes. It's a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. If you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's a reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker.
The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can you?
Well, if you blew hard, then...
Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster.
The gas company must have interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's... Oh. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us.
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe, and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Yeah, I can use that, but first I want to finish pressing everyone.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one, when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets all that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway.
I was brought up pauper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god-awful, believe me. Believe you me? Salty as hell.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No. So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable.
Let's move on, please. The scene of sprinkling salt or white powder into the tea or coffee is somewhat of a callback to one of the cases in Ace Attorney 3 Trials and Tribulations.
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry. What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night... What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that was so desperately needed. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it happened. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something else someone says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Sosaki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Or perhaps I ought to let Susato-san remind me. Then again, no need. No tutorials. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course. I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in fact, a manner speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? See if there was any traces of poison there. I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. With the mouth of a gas pipe, Scotland Yard has enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamsphere? What speaketh thou, prithee? Is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir! I thought I'd be quite clear. Let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good Lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or was it the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps. No such actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions.
There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamsphere put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamsphere has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it.
Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you came to be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamsphere stood in front of his gas lamp. So for those of you joining us, we have a picture here. Sherlock Holmes gave us a special substance of his that detects it sort of detects fingerprints, but he said it detects skin contact, including other parts of the body other than just the fingerprints. So we sprayed it around Shamsphere's room when we found this.
Take that!
What the? These are... wait. What are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such a thing. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamsphere touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Holmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsphere also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Amidst the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... ah!
I don't believe it!
A gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamsphere has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with so much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out. The gas started to leak into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... if Mr. Shamsphere were to have blown hard enough into the gas pipe here in the room, it could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Ah, crikey!
Oh, are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zieks?
In this curious photograph, or whatever it is presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ah! Certainly, even research of this nature, by the esteemed Mr. Holmes, cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... please, my lord, if I may, Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not is down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the Great Detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating, and I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You heard his lordship, it's not fair, Dickham Evans!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shamsphere, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
Like, technically, I shouldn't need to get 4 out of 6 of the jurors, right? 3 out of 6 should be enough, right? Because they're split evenly, it means the trial has to continue because we haven't come to a consensus. Seems a little bit unfair if you ask me. I can't do anything with these two anymore. Or him, right? So there's not really much to work off of now, though. Considering the evidence, the defendant must be guilty. That has nothing to do with the T. That doesn't have anything to do with the gas pipes either. Okay, maybe I'll try pressing them again, see if they have a new reaction.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
And that's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointed to that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Okay, it seems the same so far. Oh. That's new. Oops. The defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsphere had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides...
Yes?
Even if the fella had been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamsphere really did blow down that gas pipe on the night in question? No, in truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garradeb residence that night. Namely,
Take that!
obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamsphere's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamsphere fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose.
Now hold your horses there, why would he do that?
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however, you must surely agree there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Gah. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamsphere. My lord, how can thy humble Shamsphere serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How'd you explain that, eh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
What, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a prince from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law.
Ah!
As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection!
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
There's only one possibility I could think of. And that is, he used the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order, order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
And the answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled this mystery, the mysteries thus far. Mr. Shamsphere wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would have been noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'll freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. He In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsphere was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamsphere's murderous designs? Ah, you mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory action can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Ah! Whatever Mr. Shamsphere may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? That was pretty impressive. You think Van Zieks is trying to, in a way, teach Ryunosuke? I don't know about that. We'll see. We did learn a little bit more about Van Zieks in the investigation earlier today. Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsphere's room. So we should name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. And prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, you don't you worry. I know exactly what...
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for long already, so I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Alright, for those of you that weren't here earlier, during the investigation we talked to Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes told us that Van Zieks, one of the reasons why... Ryunosuke asked Mr. Sholmes about Van Zieks, Mr. Sholmes mentioned that he was familiar with Van Zieks before in the past. He wouldn't elaborate on that fact. Then we asked him about Van Zieks' past and why he seems that he's racist against Japanese people. Mr. Sholmes said Van Zieks in the past, like 10 years ago, one of his greatest comrades was a Japanese fellow, but then he refused to elaborate on the story further, so we won't know. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Miss Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Well, of course, yes. Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. And given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still, my colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison! And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details of the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamsphere. My lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamsphere's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name. And as the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I grant the request. Excellent. I hope. The defense has made an extraordinary accusation, I must say, but at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Well, things are getting interesting. Oh, interesting. It says the save file still says trial part 2, so I'm guessing this next part it doesn't consider as trial part 3. That's kind of interesting. Okay, let's take a little snack break, and we'll get right back into it. The last leg of this trial, I believe. A lot of mysteries left to unfold, but I think you'll find the plot twists are quite interesting. Alright, 5 minutes. I'll see you right back. Thanks for coming, and thanks for enjoying the stream. Hey everyone, and we're back. Onwards to the last section of this trial. And let's unravel this mystery. I think my headphone popped out. Ugh. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, airlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought of anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I shall rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination had a beauty of its own, does not? Oh yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted, and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Not the hotel. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now by licking the inside of the neck, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Who's this? Ah, could I have a word? Oh, it's you. Gregson, how good of you to come. Now forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, I could if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. Now, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? Man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in it that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What is it, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Thanks, Inspector. You've been really nice to us this episode. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record, so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the Inspector here is a shining diamond in his crown. Shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'd rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. It's Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You could do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now.
Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation for the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment for the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? I'm ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. I'm currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure. Is too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
And also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. And I would be for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green.
Yes.
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes. The officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own. Now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things must I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no. The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago, at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
The screen, you're gonna paint your face and if you keep doing that. I was at a tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Yes, a second incident inside a week, at which I believe to aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspear.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine!
When Saseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you may.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, let's have a look at our new evidence. And I think Susato cleaned out our evidence so some of the things that we no longer need aren't here. So we got the bottle. So this is the bottle of poison that we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look.
You mustn't be tempted to try it.
Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose the trial.
No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato-san. Nothing else about the bottle, I suppose. A capital offender's file. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was cautious for so long. And I woke up to find the case had been solved, and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening. It should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really.
I was just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What's it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course.
I thought it might make a nice picture. And the witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town.
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
'Twould be my pleasure, sire.
Hold it!
Tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Oh! It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water, in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be? Or perhaps, there's a more plausible explanation. I also like how Susato had the menu ready in her book somehow. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. In fact, on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally. It does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. I know what it is, but I don't think we have it yet. Or at least, I'm not sure if it works at this point in time. I'll finish pressing and then we'll see if it works here. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. If we can find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspear was there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely.
If that is all on this matter, counsel, I would ask Mr. Green to reiterate her next statement.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing, really. It was not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Ah,
It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
what does it matter?
This has nothing to do with Duncan.
That was an interesting voice. Oh!
Excuse me!
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with never a thought.
Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps.
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green.
Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court would like to take it as evidence, please.
Okay, yeah, this is what I need. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross.
Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly, so how could I have anything to do with it? And yet, you still haul me in here to court like this. Honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit.
Well,
But you clearly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I would point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamsphere wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful observation, or objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? The screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that.
Ah, what is it?
The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it.
Try to match them up. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Hold it!
Okay, so there we go. Wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Present evidence. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason.
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speak us.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely...
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. I was like, why did the music not stop? And then it eventually faded.
Good lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamsphere, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsphere?
Well...
Excuse me? Can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me.
It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you think so, yes. It's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address, It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note, to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And so, that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room? He's trying to break his own character. What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green. Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then. Witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago. Peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. That's true, Miss Green. How do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. And evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel,
I'm ready, my lord. Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamsfield's room. There could be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. It's not a pretty one.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine, own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him, and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So it is true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked me whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really, do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Dang, Susato.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamsfield's room. Yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened, except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come into possession of that note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie, this fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wind. O pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, apple woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true art of an artist until thine instruction thereafter by death. Oh the days! Oh the years! Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Usato. And as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsphere's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at the case completely. Hey, welcome to the stream!
Objection!
Well, maybe that's not the right time for that. My lord, there are clear grounds for being suspicious on the last statement. I'm sorry, counsel, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo. Says the man, merrily dishing out penalties. Okay, so what I'm intending to say... Oh no, okay, maybe I need to present it on this argument.
Objection!
Oh, no. The last statement was contradictory in a number of ways, I think you'll find. A number of ways, you say? That's right, my lord. In a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, counsel. Ugh, made a bit of a mess of that. A number of ways, actually. Maybe it's the poison bottle. Okay, basically what I'm trying to say is that she says that he doesn't know him. She was engaged to Duncan Ross. He was a flatmate of Shamspeare's, and there's a strong possibility Shamspeare was involved in Mr. Duncan's incident. Oh no, it's definitely this statement. They don't want me to point out the connection yet. They want me to point out what she did.
Objection!
The connection's later. Okay, yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah! According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shom's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Ah! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie, me! Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon?
Huh?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time.
Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity?
Ah, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. Once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper to the gas to remove, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there by the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say, that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself? Witness. Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this.
You will show your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross?
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings of Mr. Gyarudab's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague... Ah! Of course, yes! I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Ah!
Haha. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. It's an interesting story. They want to know, doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story has lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you... Duncan was...
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary?
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears my fledgling, learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear want to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to prove a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies, I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green,
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but
I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him, so I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman.
And we'll consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside which we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it.
Yes. This rather nice key.
Ah! What are you doing with that?
What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine, I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it.
No.
What's all this about? He inherited that key. It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness.
So Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear, at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden! The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them: the fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. And the some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? Is this a false charge, I tell you? A false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Gerardev's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. When he was successful, he had presumably intended to inquire about switching to the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beat him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of the case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Get your hands on £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Oh, listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. It's mine. Huh? What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspeare? He's got the crazy eyes now.
It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you could do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Come on, they're the jury, they should be convinced by now. I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. Oh my god, he looks so creepy now. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now that this man is guilty through and through.
They seem so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however you hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. Oh, come on, guys, we have so much evidence. You certainly can rule, come on.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Huh? It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we could use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? Well, Sherlock's thing, right?
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Sherlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your unusual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the populace at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under such scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take?
We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Now, upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on top. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain the possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Okay, but the problem with this is that 3 people have touched that. Shamspear, Green, and Selden. But whatever, we'll just overlook that. Miss Green!
Ah, me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry.
Ugh! The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Well, I guess technically, if we get a sample that has all 3 of them, Green, Selden, and Shamspear, and spray it around Natsume's room, Shamspear and Green should not have any prints in there, so maybe that's what their logic is, I suppose. Very true! That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Shom's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspear has one great to another, I assure you. The late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings. I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ah! So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! I like how Shamspear's character theme, it works so well as both like an introduction theme to his craziness, a theme to play whenever he does one of his crazy antics, but then it also worked as playing during his breakdown. Like, somehow it suits all the occasions, even though it clearly has one distinct mood. They did something similar with Giselle Brett. Her theme played during her introduction, and anytime she said something of note, but then it played during her breakdown too, and somehow it fits. And I just don't know how they did it. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. And notice how all the buttons or all the jewels on his outfit are gone because they popped off during his breakdown. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. And yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? It was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Well, Mr. Garrett really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, he once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you to a deadly trap.
William Shamspear. How does it go? To be? Not to be? That is the question.
Oh yeah, so there's been a lot of Shakespeare quotes during this entire case. And in fact, Shamspeare's, I think is like either his first quote or his second quote is from a Shakespeare play that talks about a person that basically becomes like a villain in chase of greed. So in a way, he kind of mirrors that character in Shakespeare's play, and in fact, his quote foreshadows this outcome, which is kind of interesting. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Ugh. So this is the second case in all of Ace Attorney that doesn't have an actual murder victim. Within this particular trial, that is. There were murders still involved, though. But the first case was actually, of course, the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. So this is the second one where the defendant and the culprit didn't actually kill anyone in the duration of the actual trial, which is kind of neat. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please. Don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before I told our parents, remember? That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. Something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out from the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem, and that's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean... Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. Now anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been, I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. Well, she could have possibly accidentally killed a gas line worker for no reason. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare.
and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited and see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamsir followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying the devil's work would be done, and the culprit would get his just desserts.
"3 days ago..." Okay, I gotta check something for a second, let's see. Yeah, she said the culprit would get his just desserts, but they spelled it as deserts. The culprit would get his just deserts. The way I always remember is because the word desert and the word dessert has an extra S because you always want more desserts than deserts. I guess they must have overlooked that. There's been a few times where I thought that they made a translation error or like a typo in this game, and I guess with the amount of writing they do, it's bound to happen. But there have been times where I'm like, wait, the grammar of that is kind of off, or that word is kind of used funny, but then sometimes I reread it, and I'm like, oh, maybe it's just the grammar, because they're using like old Victorian English, but in this case I could definitely tell. That's okay though. "When you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward." "Yes, my lord." "I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend." "Oh, yes." "And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you." "Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were." "Miss Green."
Yes, my lord.
"You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare."
Yes, I know.
"And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present."
Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes.
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh.
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated for all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done!
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would have shaved that mustache.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again, you've saved me from doom!
I'm very happy to be able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
So again, mirroring the journey of the actual real-life Soseki Natsume, the Japanese author.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did! And I've seen more of life in this week than I have in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. Now I'm finally starting to see that, and I've come to understand something. And I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
Now I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true.
There is no salvation from a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it!
That was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan, and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Sato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Greggsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. The collar? It's huge though. And look at the gemstones set in it. I could see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Well, that was Iris. Anyways. So have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains? You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does this signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think.
What?
What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes?
All the color is drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Could be a valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now.
I'd never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly looked to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out most to me, at least, not once I'd notice it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all but buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use at the basis of the month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
The end.
Yes, very Very astute observation there, chat. I guess you'll have to wait until the next cases to find out if you're correct. So the next episode is actually my favorite between the duology, and not only that, is actually the longest one of the duology. So again, I'll be splitting it into 2 days, and each day is probably still going to be quite lengthy, but I don't want to spend 3 days on it. But I think this next case is really fun because, one, it picks up back in chronological order, so we're back in England again, but now we're no longer looking at a flashback, which is nice. And there's a lot of very interesting characters that are introduced in the next case that also all have their own very interesting musical themes. So I'm very, very excited for you to be watching it. So don't miss out next time, episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. And thank you for joining me on this live stream. I hope you really enjoyed. This was an interesting case. I think it had a really interesting twist to it. And again, this is the second case in all of Ace Attorney history where the case wasn't about a murder, it was about an attempted murder, which is kind of interesting. I know this stream felt pretty short, but I guess it's been over 4 hours, hasn't it? Plus, coupled with the 3.5 hours from yesterday, this case altogether was about 7.5 hours, or a little bit more, give or take. So, see you tomorrow for episode 3 for The Great Ace Attorney 2. Thanks again, hope you enjoyed. Take care and have a good night. See you guys.